Hello, this is Jake Light, Gaming Lawyer at your service. The video you're about to see is an edited version of my streaming of The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve on Twitch. If you like what you see, consider leaving a like or comment on this video, or subscribe to the channel and click on the bell to be the first to watch the latest content. Otherwise, if you want to catch me live and interact with me on Twitch, the link is in the description below. As always, take care, stay hopeful, but be critical. Enjoy the show. Okay. Silence, everyone, silence. Welcome, everyone, to the Great Ace Attorney 2, not Chronicles, alright? We're back again with session 2, right? We're gonna be continuing episode 2 because episode 1 is more or less just a tutorial. But yeah, I'm guessing we will be playing we will be now playing the main character, the main protagonist of this game, right? Which is going to be Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I'm gonna be how do you say? I'm glad we'll be voicing him again. Because that's my voice, so it doesn't really strain myself. Kind of my voice, not really, but it's okay. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern exchange student from his harrowing plight, than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Oh ho ho! New character. Oh, okay. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made a long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. Sure. Well, yeah, I guess. Things happen in the past, so... But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. My stomach. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Uh-oh, we're going to be doing Locke Sholmes' voice and one of my favorite characters. but I have a hard time trying to voice her. It's Iris!
Bruno, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready.
Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. A surprise this morning. Shh! Not a word, Miss Naruhodo. This could be just an abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation, repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes. I see. So that's it. What's it? The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met up with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants an explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course. Though I don't look for admiration, you understand? My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you.
Hurley pulled your button off?
Ah, yes. I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name, for better or worse.
Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion, and truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes as published in Ron's magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprise did you find morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really?
That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun!
Yeah, let's talk. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
I sort of can. You're like a super genius of. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
A cut above all good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Miss Natsume appeared in trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache, twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and a mustache.
He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley.
Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Yes. Although, I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. Alright, what's the startling news? So, what was this startling news penned by Mrs. Sato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. It's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Right, so we're talking about a past case? Oh. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mr. Sato's father questioned him about a case, she says, and something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, he said, very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Mr. Sato was suddenly told four-mouth? Oh no, there's a typo. 4 mouths ago. How many times is that? Is it like 1 mouth is 2 months? Oh my god, that's a very obvious typo, okay? Damn. Well, just put it in. It's funny, right? It's funny. It's 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan. Repatriation.
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover.
Oh, it's been 4 months, not 2 months.
It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly as related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Right. Are we gonna flash back to the case or like re-examine the case or something? Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Mrs. Hara's father is hiding.
Hurley, do you know what's it all about?
You know, I used to cringe when I voice act, do that voice, but now it's like, people cringe, I guess. Well, who can say? What? But you say, please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later.
And he disappears, faded away, like a ghost. He scuttled off rather quickly there. That's probably doing something. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases. Only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found him at last.
Iris, are they?
The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Bruno?
Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. Oh, this music, I don't think I've heard it before. I've no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case, but perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
That's one way to like put it in a case while still maintaining a proper timeline, I guess. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail, I just need to find a clue. And I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Because I committed malpractice and I think fraud of sorts. It was 6 months ago, the mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. Ah yes, this one. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following this incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial. But his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. Okay, that it happened somehow and we never knew about it during the first game. Received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. I'm not sure what a hansom is, probably a taxi. So during this time, Susato-san is still here, so we'll be doing some voice for Susato still. Oh, look at all the details. Look at that mouse. It's moving. 21st February, 5:30 a.m. That's quite early. St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward. There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh. You're late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right. It's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that a loon had been aroused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Oh! You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is... yes, here we are, Miss Green. Yes, let's examine the mouse. Eek! A mouse, Miss Naruhodo, an enormous mouse. A vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't he? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, but that's what you were thinking. Right, not much we can talk about the mouse, I guess. Let's look at this thing. Is the thing observable? This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Miss Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Right. What's this picture? Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. I can see it. New character. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. It looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps a young woman? Special someone, do you think? My, Miss Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense of matters of the heart. Not in the least. Since they say the first thing I thought of. Right, I think that's pretty much all I can. There's this bag. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Miss Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But a young maiden might have chocolates or biscuits or caramel. Okay, man, yeah, you're a sweet tooth then, Yunosuke. Right, let's talk to her now. Good morning. Hello, I'm, Yunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. How do I do her voice? How do I do her voice? British. Let's summon the accent by saying British. Cup of tea. Alright.
Oh no! What? Was it your knife that...
No, this sounds so similar to the other person.
Oh no! Was it your knife that... Are you the man who...
No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you.
Oh no! Was it your knife then? Are you the one?
No. I assure you, I'm Miss Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained some consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes.
Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green.
Okay,
I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually.
Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. It was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? I've been in here, in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam, spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me.
Okay. Oh my.
Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Damn. Sick bird, man. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I can't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
Okay. I see. How very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here, and Thorndyke Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton town centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means. Hey, Sigmund! Sorry, you missed the what? The Duolingo. I did it about an hour ago. But hey, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Doing Acertain, it's kind of like Duolingo because I'm reading. So I'm like reading English, so I'm guessing you can say I'm practicing English in a way, and also practicing some accents. I was watching the new Thor movie. Ooh, Love and Thunder, right? I haven't watched it. For several reasons. One is it's banned in Malaysia, in theaters at least. But yeah, other than that, I haven't really come around watching Marvel stuff yet. There's a lot of Marvel things I haven't watched, which I want to watch. But yeah, hope you are doing well. Including the Maleficent Mr. Moustache. Inferior means, I suppose Soseki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me.
You don't mind? I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Is there a Mr. Narrowfather here? Mr. Narrowfather. Narrowfather now? Well, if you're looking for a Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me. But, Mr. Narrowfather. Good. This is for you. It's a message from a Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Oh shit, man. That sounds really wrong. Saucy Nutmeg. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me? But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? These names though, yeah. Ace Attorney games are famous for its puns. Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ugh, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Satsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we read it. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Moustache's lodgings. Wait, What? I'll hail Fiacre. Fiacre? Fiacre? Is that a thing? Damn it, there's so many different words for taxi apparently. Let me just Google it. Okay, Fiacre. Is it a small four-wheeled carriage for public hire? How to pronounce this name? Or pronounce this word? Fiacre. Okay, fiacre. Is it English though? Anyhow. It was only yesterday that Tsuseki-san was in court, and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. So it seemed to us at the time. We were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Is he accused of murder? Damn. February 21st, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. What on earth? Oh my, gentleman is deceased. Without question, he's dead. Local student Mr. Naruto Esquire! Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court. Yesterday I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up to the next day to this. No only but you catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Moustache. Ah, not the horrible Herlock Sholmes. Shoo off. Show yourself the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Moustache. What can I do for you? Grrr! Oh, this guy. I don't like this guy though, unfortunately. After what happened in the last game. Alright, how do I do his voice? He's like this. He's because his mouth is like that, so I do his voice like this. And British, yes, British. Tisk. Here they are already, the busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me a heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Jones. I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go at touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Alright. Well, new person who's already dead, maybe. What's over here? Oi, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look at all. No chance. I know your kind. You mess it up just by looking at it. Well, man, what do you mean, my kind? That's what it's supposed to mean, eh, Gregson? Ugh, someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. If only Iris is here, I guess. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Okay. Mr. How do I? His voice. Mr. William Shakespeare. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor, a bit of a dead horse as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shakespeare. It was the landlord, old Mr. Garrett, but or the lodger, Miss Natsume, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Mr. Garrett got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garrett have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right there. It was just that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? So this time Soseki isn't the murderer, at least? Isn't accused of the murderer, sorry. The victim was pretty hard up, it seems, even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in his house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit. I mean, cohabitor. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. Does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Okay. A hand is still holding a fork. There's something on the floor. Looks to be like either a piece of cloth or a piece of paper. Wall is boarded up. Don't know if that's relevant. There's this either electricity or heat generator of sorts or something. It's locked with something. There's some clothes for play, I guess. Underwear, a lamp, picture, windows is closed off. There's a stage of sorts, a weird stage of sorts. A lot of webs. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. We'll just talk to Natsume then. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident of the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experience. So, the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? Answer the question, Soseki. Don't act suspicious, please. Okay, are you alright? What's the matter with Soseki now? Was that an innocent enough question? Was that it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it. That sounds really, really trustworthy, I guess. What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never ask now, aren't you, Miss Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there! Okay. Alright, let's summon the detective, I guess. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! You need only to observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam. Patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Ah! Oh man, he's more crazier than normal. Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you acting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception, but miracles will be unfolded before our eyes this time. Alright, we're gonna be doing that thing again, I guess. I thought it would be something different, but okay. So it's gonna be the same thing. So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Okay, let me drink something. Because of that. Careful observation of the victims reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set to purposefully upon the dish, like the victim's last supper? In fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fog reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the fog of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap, and the leather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. I don't think that's soap. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. I don't think there's such a thing as foul soap, though. Though, personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Yeah, well, yeah, wrong. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. How do you know about that? In other words, where the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. No possible perpetrator present. I don't think so. But okay. This thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. There's just one thing. Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Miss Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary! In truth, I've tried a little soap myself in the past, okay? You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. You're dumb. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and split the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did, by vomit. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering all of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touch a nerve somehow. Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deduction may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it at an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can't do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. Right. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Right, now's my turn. Poisoning from soap ingestion. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired. Oh yeah. I've read all this now. Let's just go towards the thing. Alright. Wait, when can I correct? I don't... Is that an option for me to do anything? Okay. I guess still tutorial per se? Oh yeah, okay. Well, you can't deny a fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves that whether or not the man really ate soap? Did the victim really eat the soap? Hey, take that! Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table, in short, the victim was not eating soap at all. Wait, this is Sholmes. But it's obvious, really, for no deaths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, within my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. Ah, an excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. Blah 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 blah. Okay, this is wrong. Boom. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then, but perhaps he's just suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. Is soap in London, is that poisonous? I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? The victim was claimed by the poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Where could the poison have been laced? The teacup. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by the poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups has been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room, which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup? Poison in the tea. Technically, one episode or one case can be done a lot more faster if we didn't have this sort of weird mini game that's going on. The cause of death identified. We put it. Yeah, okay, this is the same thing. Is it really just one teacup though? Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Sam Spear, still fun, still weird, was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is that Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. Alright, did the man die in a dialogue? This single, alright. There's another cup here!
Take that!
Broken cup. Did the man die and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were two cups in this room all along. Ah! In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in the room last night, taking a tea with the victim. Whoa, what are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable! To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. Alright. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Okay, broken lock. I don't think so. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Miss Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Books. Empty bottle pile books. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I will overlook these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gabriel. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. Could just be an incredible coincidence, but they are the exact same 3 books that Miss Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed, Soseki-san had been to a bookshop and bought them. That's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. Uh-oh. Natsume! Soseki, you're the victim? Oh no, you're the accused again. What does this mean? Do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Well, you do. Alright, you do.
Take that!
Okay. Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is a pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in the room. It's linked to the truth. Ah! Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never, non-negotiable. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Hug! Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. He's doing all the poses. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' Great Deduction. Soseki Natsume at the scene! Shoot. What a complete train wreck this is. Erg! Erg! Not again! Not again! Not again! Not again! Wow, then, Mr. Natsume, it would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door! Key! Locked! Entry, exit, entirely impossible! He's so flustered. He's being even stranger than normal. What? You think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But, misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mrs. Mustache. Ah, you horrible Sherlock Holmes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Welcome to the Mr. Harold Esquire! I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, I'm innocent. Alright, I understand. Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. Hey, Amby. Hope you have a good stream. I'm super sleepy. Oh, no problem. Nice of you to dropping by here. But yeah. Hope, were you streaming? Or you were not streaming? But yeah, hope you have a good rest, alright? Have a good rest. I myself I am kind of sleepy. Why? I have no idea. I have no idea why. I've been like sleeping a lot lately. Yet I'm still tired. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. So Seki-san found himself once again a prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Yeah, I kinda also did the thing. No streaming today, just planning a schedule. Oh, alright. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson's no longer here, so nobody is guarding the crime scene. Okay, that's really bad, you know. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And, of course... What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, who discovered Mr. Shamspeare. Ah, Mr. John Garrideb. Yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right. We must remember to go and talk to him later then. And we're reusing a lot of characters from the previous game. Let's see what this is. This game looks like fun, by the way. It feels perfect for you. Yeah. I've played the first game. Or well, not just this great Ace Attorney game. I played most of the Ace Attorney franchise series. So yeah, I'm a fan of this game. And after doing the entire game, after voice acting for the entire game, not like officially or anything, I did a let's play and voice all the characters. I find it very fun to do voices. So, and also very, very excited to play this on stream so that you can enjoy this live voice performance of my quote-unquote voice acting. It looks like a part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you might be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter, but the rest of the envelope is in fact is there. Ah, she's right. And yet here we have the torn off end of the envelope. It's green color, so it's something. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We better take this just in case. Okay, taking possible evidence or like how do you say, disturbing the crime scene. Yep, we can do that definitely. In Ace Attorney world, at least. Not in the real life though. Don't do that. Whoever you are, whether you're the police or not, don't do it if you're not allowed to do. Okay. I don't think maybe this is relevant. I'll check on this. Look at his extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room, with its grim, shady goings on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. Oh, really? With a chonmage top knot. Every Japanese man wishes he had a chonmage. What's a chonmage? Let me look at it. Chonmage. Oh, chonmage is that, yeah, weird hairstyle. In the past, people had, which is actually one of the Ace Attorney character had as a hairstyle in this current game. Anyhow.
Oh, you'd look wonderful with one, and you already have the sword.
Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a Chon Mage and a sword? You'll get arrested, probably. I'm not sure you can open carry a bladed weapon during that time, much less a gun. I think you can open carry a gun at the time because there wasn't a lot of gun laws during that time. Right, should I further examine the body?
Oh, the poor man. So young to die.
Do you suppose it was a very painful death being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Or you believe in reincarnation?
Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder.
Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry?
I made sure I had a reference at ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way.
Okay.
I'll just reread it now. One moment.
There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Okay, so this is not relevant. Maybe this one is relevant. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind.
Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins.
Ah, I see. Yes, now you've pointed it out, I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here...
That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating.
So if you're a poor person with no money, you have to sleep in the freezing cold.
Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank.
Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. How do we heat up our office though? Through like a fireplace or something? Yeah, I don't think there's anything else except for this lamp. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? Must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall.
Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas.
But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they?
Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there.
Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway, so it's so much cozier. Okay. I think we have anything more else to talk about. So we'll just oops. I don't really want to know about this actually. Yes, it's a stage. Okay. Perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office.
You could practice your art every single day.
I'll think about it. If you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge.
Well, if that would help you achieve your goal.
I have to see Susato-san with a beard. Alright, let's move. New location has been... Oh my god, there's a lot of locations. Let's talk to Mr. Garrideb's room. Let's go to Garrideb's room. And talk to Garrideb. Ah, this place. I'm basically just voicing all the previous characters. Okay, well, there's nothing wrong with that. Here we are again. Eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode.
We're here because Mr. Garrideb's the one who discovered the incident this morning. Don't forget.
Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Gary Depp as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. How do I do his voice? I know I'm trying to do sort of an old man's voice, but it's a bit rough, it's a bit husky. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Gary Depp? Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that death loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Greggson's words, weren't they? Oh yeah, I guess his wife was arrested because of accidental kind of, yeah, it's technically accident. So I'm not sure if you can charge a person for something they had no intention of doing. As far as I can tell, causing grievous bodily harm, if there's no intention, it's hard to charge them for it under criminal law, but you can sue them under civil law. But anyways, house is still burnt, left of cake, it is still broken, everything. Well, of course it's only a few days after the initial case, so it must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick down the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspeare, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspeare. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose. So hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. Yeah, she can read my mind apparently. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. Read a few plays of that old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Right. Yes, Mr. William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese. As you know, many of his works have already been translated. Oh, really? Is that a real thing? It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shot into Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shakespeare would have much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Okay. Mr. Naruhodo, really, how rude. Again, stop reading my mind, Mr. Sato. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Garrideb noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shakespeare got back, and the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then. I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mrs. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrideb, you were up here in the morning or evening, if I understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenants on the ground floor, I mean. You have peepholes, you peeping Tom. Ah! That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants, is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, you know. I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? I'm not a pervert. Nobody suggested that. Then how did you know, Mr. Garrideb? It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the buildings by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual, and that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. Can I explain why the other lamps did momentarily mined it? That's a weird shortened word. Mined it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. But fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long worn out. Barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite is also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever girl. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amount of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Gary Depp. Absolutely fascinating. No, this is kind of boring. But it's an important fact to know probably for the case. Oh well, nothing to it really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. Don't say that, you know. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Gary Depp is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. Oh, Arion is one of the self-introduction from other Discord. It's optional. I was having on to get a new PC one day, but the mobile auto word correctly places I give to eat. What? I give to eat a new PC one day? Okay. What do you mean, Arion? Are you like trying to introduce yourself? No joke, my friend. Give to eat a new PC one day. Damn. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Right. I think I have nothing to really examine now. Right. Yeah, let's just move along then. And don't think I have anything to present. Maybe this thing? Do you know anything about this? Mrs. Garrett, could I show you this? Okay, Garrett doesn't know what this is. Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time then. Okay. Blame this mobile then, Jake. Well, I wouldn't really blame him, just sorry that you're using a mobile phone that autocorrects some weird words into your sentences. Second-hand book receipt. Alright. Oh, this is the previous evidence I had from the first case. Okay, it's interesting. Oh, but I can examine the thing. Well, there's nothing to really examine about. Except this part. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Susato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Miss Naruto. Never! Damn. Susato-san and her obsession with Sherlock Holmes. Right, let's just go now. Let's just go. Briar Road. Prison. Gary Depp's room. I've been there. Shakespeare's room. I've been there. I don't think I have to go to the hospital. Let's go to the road. "21st February, Briar Road." I guess there's nothing here? What's that? Green stuff. With the exception of... bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows the property had. In order to pay that tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely? Unfortunately, it will appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooked up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. Right, so that's not a thing. A bike is not a thing as well. Okay, I don't think there's anything we can do. Right, so we'll move then. We'll move to the prison. Ah, good old prison. 1st February, local prison cell 9. Oh, there's no one here. Okay then. Sholmes Suite. Should we go back to the Sholmes place? Something tells me I have a lot more to investigate. Hey, Iris! You're writing. Iris? That's incredibly concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea.
The blend thread from the right would be good for you, Runo.
Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. Alright, let's leave Iris to her work. Right, something tells me I need to go back to the hospital, maybe? Ah, no. I don't think so. Oops. Let's move. Okay, so we are not done with the building. If that is the case, there's more stuff to examine. Shelf. There's not much on this shelf, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Zix, the racist? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. Yeah, you can suggest it next time we meet. Right, we've done all this. How about this window? As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property, it's extraordinary. Yes. Same here, same here. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sato? If you look closely, a number of bricks are loose. Oh, something about it. Oh, soaps. That's why there was some green stuff over there. Oh yes, it looks as though an amateur just had broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspeare who did it, I wonder, being the lodger renting this room? Ah, look at this, Miss Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What? Outside? More soaps! Brr, it's so cold outside. Can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It could be cold. But more importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window? I have no idea, but a pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, it's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are two of them after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap. Ah! Do you see? In the middle there. There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. It looks like the Honomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful! It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? And what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? The bar of soap. A cheap bar of soap that was discovered just outside Mr. Shakespeare's window. It's one of the two that were found here there. Alright, let's look at it. This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. I quite like it. It reminds me of Honomaru's design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is a rather expensive soap. That doesn't seem likely, given who it belongs to. Right, I don't think we can do anything about it. But, yeah, there seems to be something embedded on it. Right. We've examined almost everything. I guess we should, like... Oops. Now, let's move on. I wish I could skip. Yeah, the entire room has been examined. Let's go and talk to our landlord about the soaps. Oh no, you don't know about a soap as well? Bloody hell, man. Converse? No. Examine? We know what the screen is hiding now. The aftermath of the Fury altercation the other day. Huh. Don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now? Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you. I'll say. You will talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half. A rotten show all round. He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand here. Feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well. Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really. It's all happened. I've rather stood still for me, you know. Oh. Time has stood still? Oh, that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. You could just tidy up, Miss Naruhodo. These shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by the wild beast. Huh, reminds me of the Battle of May once, don't you know? Ah, the experiences of a seasoned veteran. Enemy had us around on all sides. We really thought we were done for. The whole bally company. We are taking a real pounding from their cannons. So all we could do was run from our lives. Oh, I thought that was going in a different direction, actually. Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for. Ugh, that's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. Good to see Mrs. Garrideb's Medal of Honor still proudly displayed on the wall. The inscription reads, "For distinguished participation, if you remember." Yes, I remember, because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that. Wouldn't know it if you look at me now, perhaps, but I had my devil-may-care days, you know. Devil-may-care? What did you get up to? Well, all in the past now, of course. Best left there. Man, just don't say anything, you know. Best not. I do want to know now. Right, I don't think this is anything relevant here. This is nothing new. Right, let's just move on. Since you're not gonna give me anything, we'll just be moving along now. Maybe outside. No, maybe the prison. Let's go to prison again. No, I can't do anything at the prison. Damn, I'm at a loss now. Unless there's something to examine here. I doubt it. Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes, this is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay, no, it's nothing. Still something to discover, is it? Let's try the biro then. There always seemed to be a bicycle outside the Garrideb residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. Oof, burn. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the riders may have been similarly afflicted. Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear. I feel you may be right. Right. Snowman. Why has somebody built this snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruto. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? It already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man. I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections, the head, torso and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Right. I don't see anything particularly interesting. This is weird, okay? London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully at the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes, the centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? The last great exhibition that was held in London, more than 6 million visitors it seems. And this time the British are determined to make it an even bigger success to outdo the Paris exposition. I see. That's an incredible number of people. That is an incredible number of people for around this time. With so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Haruhodo. Okay. Let me examine every single thing, shall we? The Garadep household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's a bit of a slant. It does look rather as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And it isn't supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Saseki-san has such a hunched back. Yeah, because of the building hunched and he also hunched. Wait, or does that mean like he's being disturbed or possessed by a spirit ghost, so his back is heavy and it's hunched back? Alright, I've absolutely examined almost everything. Except for Gary Depp's room. Damn, let's go back to Gary Depp's room. I don't think examining Holmes Street would really get me anything. So let's go back to the Gary Depp's room, continue examining things. You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Gary Depp. Ah, that old patriot. Are drawn by an art student who used to rent a room downstairs. Oh, you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong. Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return. Oh, I see. So you did, presumably. I bally well did not. Oh. A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent, eh? And yet it's still there proudly on the wall. Ah yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it? Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garadab? Ah, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. What are you doing, 5-year-old old man? The captain bellowed at me. I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it? Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hard-headed young private. Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display. Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of its finest moments? Right, oh my god, so many things. That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garadab? Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the walls ever since my retirement bash. Not in active service now, you know. That doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the whole thing if you wanted to. Well, it might suit Lord Van Zix, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Mrs. Sato. Very tactful indeed. Oh, bloody hell, so many things. Oh, a copy of Rand's magazine. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful? Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous. That's genuine public opinion for you, Mrs. Sato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories. Make no mistake, Miss Naruhodo. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard. Personally. I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. Damn, so many things. There's a single apron drying on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look! No, Miss Naruto, that's a real cannon. I knew that. I was just testing you. Piece of history, that is. Since plenty of action on that battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And oh, of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there a war going on that I don't know about? There's always a war going on. And I've practically looked at everything except for the window. There's a good view over the wintry East End from up here. It's an impressively grey scene. There's really nothing comparable in Japan. And down below, Briar Road, partly blanketed in snow. And the pavement where poor Miss Green was struck it back by that knife. Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes, Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it? I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how an Englishman would feel on arriving in Japan and seeing people with chonmage and top-knobbed. Well, that's a good point. Okay, seriously, what am I missing? What am I missing here? I can't present the things I have. I've examined every single thing in the room. Right. Examine every single thing already. Even the soap. Right. Even here as well, there's nothing. Okay, nothing. Unless I haven't examined the body, I probably... The cup. Okay, I haven't examined the cup, apparently. One of the teacups that Mr. Shakespeare and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Miss Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shakespeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take this, or we can examine them in more detail later. Oh my god. Bloody hell. Right. That's the last thing I had to do. Bloody hell. Who's this? I'm guessing the detective, but okay. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Yeah, as a detective. Inspector Gregson, back so soon? After Gregson. After I threw that little Japanese fellow in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the guard. Oh, I see. Well, we better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being bad in a cell again so soon. Oh! He's not dead! I'm sure we should probably go and, What's wrong, Miss Naruhodo? Kya? He's not dead! How do I do his voice? Put out, brief candle, lies but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Oh, you know your poem. Indeed. Oh, good day. Oh, he's dead. What? 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 Walking Dead! So he's not dead. The fella isn't dead at all. The fella isn't dead at all. What was that nonsense he was saying though? It's a poem by William Shakespeare. A Bligh's Brief Scandal. I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare's... Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life, quote unquote. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. To be continued. Oh no. New character. God damn it. 21st February, Briar Road. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation was Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deduced. Or was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me. We have a word. He ran. Bloody ran. He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. Well, I do remember. He appeared somehow here, so as the victim as well, on this road, speaking to each other, I believe. Well, we've done as much of investigation as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Alright, let's move. The prison. Excuse me. Drinking some water. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Look and student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Miss Natsume. not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions, they're out of his world. They've left me. Ah, curse! I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit's due, Mrs. Naruto. You were heavily involved in the deduction too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolute worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh, I'm stuck in a cell, suffering for some silly, wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. Ugh, that selfish shyster! I'll make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you are going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William! Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shakespeare was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense, and I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh! Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shakespeare, did you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Ugh, why am I cursed like this? Boom, 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 boom. Do you know this soap? Or do you know this envelope? Miss Natsume, it's nothing much but, it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. How about this bar of soap? Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this? Oh, there it is! That leathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to depths of despair. Sleepily, sickly, psychotic saboteur! You're really gone off soap, haven't you? Absolutely, and I made up my mind. The next time someone gives me a soap as a present, it's so I should finish firmly forever. I don't know what we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Okay, nothing about the soap. What about the cops? Okay, nothing about the cops, actually. We can gladly say that there's nothing related to you then. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Miss Natsume? There's nothing to tell, but Mr. Naruto Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shakespeare. So, you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at his house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. We had to go out, but I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Gary Depp said. The victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening, at around 9 or just after. I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet. Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shakespeare's tea? No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won, that was me, and when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear it, categorically. Cursed existence. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time, I've learned that's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite for my fears. I've moved more than times than I can remember. And then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? Doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that, except for Natsume, of course. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? Horrible history. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room, I lean over in my sleep and try to strangle me. That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shakespeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation for any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Ugh. Phew, Susato-san knows how to make the man listen. Right, I'm pretty sure it's not his dreams or nightmares. There's probably more to it than that. Of course, my Lord of Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Gary Dabb? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, you'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, would go near the place. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps at his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such a close tabs in the occupants of his lad groups. Very, very certain that there's something about the gas. What do you mean? He pays so much attention to the gas lamps. Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shakespeare isn't in fact dead at all, okay? Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Who's this? I'm guessing the inspector? Maybe. Gregson. Excuse me. Yes, I knew it. Inspector Gregson. I couldn't help overhearing what you said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh! Which do you want to first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, was just unconscious. He's come round now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness! It's all over, and I can leave this somber cell. Oh, well, wait a moment. That's the bad news. The bad news is he's accusing that you poisoned him. Probably. Sorry, no. That's not the cards. Not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shakespeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed a finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Oh! By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wicked caitiff, Soseki Natsume. No. So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as banned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No! No! And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. To be continued! Or something like that. Yes. We're on to the second half of the episode, I guess. I hope. Let's do this. Alright. Okay. On the 2nd February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey's defendant's antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Ah, good morning, Miss Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Miss Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Awkward. Judicious is the Miss Mikoto by Esquires. What's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you got me shouting at the top of your voice, can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Sato. Now, what is it? It's Lord Van Zix! Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by the racist Lord Baroque Van Zix. Van Zix? God! Oh no! Oh no, no! The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Saseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. Legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zix isn't the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Ugh, do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes pouring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially. Well, well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Look at the Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Ah, yes? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You more than anyone now. Don't worry, this is only like my third case. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Yes. Oh, if he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And his help will be helpful, maybe? And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zix were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum suitum Miss Nahul Esquire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kasuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free. With honor. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. How do I just... 22nd February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Ah, the good old place. And we're seeing some familiar faces. Also this judge. Yes. Gonna do his voice now. I like doing his voice. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh man, Van Zix. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zix has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. We found out in the last case we had to fight in the first game. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of Bailey, I believe. These past few years he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. You know what, for whatever reason it is, it doesn't justify being a racist, you know? Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Suseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, the stupid system. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Oh no, how do I do this voice again? Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before.
I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh wow, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually.
New character.
I need.
How do I do his voice? How do I do her voice? Let's do a really high voice pitch, I guess.
I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting.
It's not right, but okay.
Let's make this quick.
I can't. Yeah, all these characters I've forgotten how to do this voice. It's been months. I can't agree. I can't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. The British jury system is so different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London, chosen at random. Or at least that's the idea. Because, you know, they keep repeating the same people. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Oh, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's good.
Very well. Let us commence the trial. Lord Van Ziggs, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime, namely that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. Oh, so fast you're taking off your cape. The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself. Okay. Double witnesses. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Ah, Suseki Natsume, from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume.
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday.
Yes, it was yesterday. The day before. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrideb household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare. The defendant has already made it to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. What is that word? It was found the following morning where a landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means, I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to the exit from the room impossible. Although this victim, Mr. Shakespeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence to the court, for the court.
All right.
Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Ah, yes.
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted by evil spirits.
Gracious! What's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume? How?
Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
It's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have reasonably clear picture of events.
If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point.
Conclusive? Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
The accused? Good grief! Order! Order!
Yes, that's the crux of the whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection.
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you will give your account of events of the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord!
The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Ugh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strike 9 takes some time to have an effect on a boy. People don't kill immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. Argument still stands. Can we get some sort of evidence on the strike 9?
Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no.
We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance.
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left, not a single drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. How do you know that? Like you would know at some point you will be able to do? We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
Hmm.
The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question.
I see. Thank you. The matter is clear.
Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. Man, so dramatic. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Oof. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. The catastrophic night. Okay, to the set day with me as a gift, we had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me, otherwise could he? Take some time to have it back of the body, people don't care over the... Let's stress this. How long does it take for the symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner, I was speaking to at a yard about 30 minutes after the poisons consumed, and the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. Sorry, I don't know that word properly. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 13 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that, and it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out really. The accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
Obviously mentions the poison as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Let me examine this. Cause of coma. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. Highly likelihood of substance having been mixed with the tea that the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 AM on 21st February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appeared to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. I believe it's something about the time or so. Yeah, but anyways, I don't think we can do anything about it with that information. For now. Let me press everything else first. Let me press this. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before, but he must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we could have needed to analyze it for poison. And say that you returned home to your room 11 o'clock, Miss Natsume. Yeah, so 11 o'clock, but the poison only affected him at 1:30 a.m. So meaning say as like a 1 hour gap. 2 hours gap actually. Yes, definitely, by heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 at night.
And how is the landlord able to attest to this?
He say it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector?
When tenants returned to their rooms and started using gas, lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garrett seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked all the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes.
So I'm right. My tea was harmless. Completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Right, should I... press this. Let's press this. I'm not sure... The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly, me and my tea are innocent. We're sweet and innocent, I tell you.
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shakespeare could have locked the door after you had gone.
But no, we drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea.
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there's sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No.
That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Miss Naruto? Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is going for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. But we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I said, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Yes. Right, I think we have to present in the last sentence. Yes, probably the last sentence or this sentence. You should have. Bridget! Yeah, I'm right. The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector. Come again? I think you'll find that you overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. A chrono what? What are you on about? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time here. Neff. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? They did the same gesture.
The defense argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Von Zix?
Heh. You Japanese, you Nipponese, you suck, I'm racist. Pray forgive the discourtesy in my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you asked? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in medical report, yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot. And in my country, there's even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. Is that really true? The point is, if this was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. It's quite reasonable as well.
What sort of possibilities, Counsel?
Someone else could poison him some other way, I don't know. Well, for example, that man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
You suggest this might have been a suicide, Counsel?
Mr. Shakespeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted. Oh no noise, slamming the table. But he could be lying. Damn. The silence. Or you have no words at all to
Is something wrong, Lord Von Zix?
I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. the accused, the victim. Out, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets this hour upon stage, and then is heard no more. Oh my god. He's the killer. Well, he is suspicious in a way, I guess. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Ooh, sir, how are you?
William Shakespeare, my lord, I'm a sham. Alas, 'twas I, undone by this bitter event. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Yeah, you can do that.
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with a tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Okay. Oh, and this dude. Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. Well, who's that, the other man beside him? Yes, I think I feel sure that we caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew, lo, what a magnificent man! I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such miracle. William Shakespeare. Meter man? A drone bee meter man? What's that pun supposed to be? Air drone. A zombie? A zombie? A zombie man? A zombie meter man. A zombie meter man. What's that pun supposed to mean? I have no idea. Maybe zombie? I have no idea. How do I do his voice? He looks Popeye. It looks like Popeye, but I have no idea how to do Popeye's voice. I can try, I guess I can try. No idea. The name's Meter Man. Adrian B. Meter Man. I work for the Ultimax Gas Company, East End branch office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Saseki-san's lodgings. Yeah, we all saw this. Oh no. Run away. And he's gone. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Gary Depp's house that morning. This gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case?
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are a victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips?
I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the agreed will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. How do you get a subpoena? Did you get approval from the judge? Because the judge doesn't seem to know he's coming.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be.
Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. Yes, a sham. Hey, Rifle-kun, hello there, Jig. Hope you have a good stream. I'm having a good stream. Hope you're having a good day, Rifle-kun.
The jurors seem to be very moved by this man's, I'm afraid.
Okay.
They're actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously.
You have no idea because in train? Oh, I see. No problem. Let me just do this. Okay. And that's it. They're actually taking the seraph anagram idea seriously?
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
But my lord, what's the man next to the Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. What, me? Well, now... Allow me... Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. What? Wow, this game got Shakespeare. Yes, this game has everything. This young chain stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meter Man? Hang on. No, I'm just here.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of what wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbour did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips at late hour, naught else.
I was outside his bloke's windows in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed eastern fella. Okay. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shakespeare's room all night? That's right. 'Cause the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? but there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
The question is, why?
Now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of a work is a man, wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words. What you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And, as the testimony we had just heard clearly reveals, there was no other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Not gonna be the final testimony, of course, definitely. It's gonna be dragging for at least, I don't know, another 2 or 3 hours. That's what my guess is. Press. Did you admittedly, eh? Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Okay, weird dance you're doing. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, a 3-hour window of the time, it's something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, it's an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest is tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold at 1 hour post midnight. Verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, it is quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such an argument, there be no time for a fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stupid lover of words did attempt to shuffle me of this mortal coil. Ugh, we all know what that means. I kinda don't know, but okay. That means he trying to say it's Natsume is the attempted murderer. 'Twas the tea alone is my lips at late hour, not else. Keeping an eye on his room. Let's press this. So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Ha! Fear of luxury, fear of gluttony, to eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full no more of that than the sun rod doth rise. What the hell, man?
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say.
Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber than the costumes of my art. Why do I have the urge? Do we have the urge to do what? Slap this guy more than shows. Yeah. I do as well, because of his like pretentious self, which is totally fake, I would say. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single plate or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. Yes, right. You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips. Oh, sorry. I missed that. That the only way the poison could have the lips is in the tea. Ha! But the windows of that house have been all filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up robbery. But as it happens, as a little part of that brickwork, the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially in freezing cold nights, but them's my orders. That's why I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. Okay, you seem very, quote-unquote, innocent. What's with all those what's with all the theoreticals today? Out of interest, Mr. Mitterman, after the accused had left and returned to his lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in the room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can we be so sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle of the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that it was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle.
Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you.
It really was. You can't argue with the logic. No one else visited his room but that short little round back eastern villa. Right. Let me see. Cheap bar soap just outside of the room. It was one of the two that were found there. Teacups of green line around the room was Mr. Natsume's. Can I examine this? So the green cup is Natsume's. Is there something particular about this? About the cups? This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspiel was drinking from then. Still stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. Most of them are Japanese. Right, so what about this? This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always got me down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruto? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Ah, there's no tea ring on the inside of the Natsume's cup. Meaning to say Natsume drank it, alright? And possibility that it's either Natsume drank it or that our victim here, quote unquote victim here, didn't drink the tea. But what else can I glean from this, really? I forgot what okay, I don't know, but there's like this spot over here for some reason. Right, maybe it's relevant. Is this where the tea was spilled over here? Try to get rid of the poison or something? But there won't be poison in the tea. There... I'm very confused, really. I still do not know why, because if the doctors confirmed that he was poisoned, why was Natsume poisoned if both of them drank the same thing? Apparently not. Natsume drank his tea, alright? You can say it... Wait. Right, I was outside this bloke's window in freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on this room. Just the tea alone did pass my lips at late hour, not else. Mary Peter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my... Slowly about my neighbor did come within the beam, banging grief. Mary Peter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. Let's press this. Oh, no. Yeah, let's, no. I want to present evidence. Sorry. I don't want to look at you dance. I hate looking at you dancing. I want to beat you up when you dance. Okay. That's a pretty long damn. Right. I want to try.
Objection.
Oh no, it's wrong! Oh no, it's wrong! God damn it! No, it didn't happen. No, it didn't happen. No. Everyone, avert your gaze. I always had 4 lives, alright? I always had 4 lives. I'm gonna press this instead. No, present with the cup is this instead.
Objection.
Oh no, I'm wrong! Oh, bloody hell, man. I hate this, man. Okay, I'll do the usual. I'll press everything and see if I need to, like, do anything else. Ah! So, you didn't have any kind of oh, yeah, I already pressed this. Bloody hell, shit. I'm bad at this stupid game. Alright, I'm looking at messages. Uh-oh. It was a long ago. I think it's raining yet. Okay. For I have devoured them. Oh, okay, blah blah blah. Shit. Yeah, whatever, man. Okay, I was outside the bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but shortly the round-back eastern fella. The comment in I'm gonna press everything, okay? You say a short little round back eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then. Okay, that's lame. Oh my god. How many other short little round back Nipponese with mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice a mustache. They showed up at around 9, I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shakespeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see in the room all that well, could I? What I did was the silhouette of that little man-back fella wearing a pretty dress. And the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match, I tell you. I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. So that's the entire testimony. What do you think, Miss Naruhodo? Well, I can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest. No. Oh dear. If nobody else visited Mr. Shakespeare's room that night, apart from Mr. Natsume, I imagine the members of the jury will all conclude the same thing. Right. That he's guilty. Well, all we can do is press these witnesses for more information and hope for a breakthrough. Yes. Yes. Yes, I only have one more statement. The first statement I have impressed. To be clear, my neighbor, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou was that I call him the man from upstairs. And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes?
And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means...
There's discussion about who was the stronger Romeo or Juliet.
Oh my god, can we just ignore about that? We've been talking about that too long now.
I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jiu-jitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skilled practice by the comely maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up? Is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. It's okay. Hold it. Probably not to me. Oh, it's not to me. It's this guy.
My lord. Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone long leave off. Are you all with me?
Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision?
To right we have. Are you all with me?
Yes. Wait, no. The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination.
To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, the 3 missing hours as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top.
What's that?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Wait, did I do that voice right?
Old man voice. No. Very well. Let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Kaboom boom. Yeah, we lost sight. Right. Oh!
Thanks for reading.
Kuta! Didn't read. Hey, Sam. Sam as well. Hello, Sam. We're giving you a shout out. Right. We're playing Splatoon. Give a shout out to Sam as well. Sam, you were playing Final Fantasy Tactics. How were both of you? How was all of your games? Did I die in Final Fantasy Tactics, Sam? How was your game in Splatoon 3, Kota? Also, thank you for the raid. Memes in AA games we like. Let me see. All of you?
Well, it will appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
We're both playing Splatoon with Ranger. Oh! So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Phoenix is your attorney. It's Phoenix in a flashback. What? Get up, Miss Naruto, please. The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mr. Sato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? Obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? It's only been, what, 2 days ago. Ryonosuke, you gotta remember these things. Damn. I know it's been like, what, 2 years in real time between the games, but you know. Let's just pretend there's only couple days has passed, okay? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course, but here in the British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned opponent's friend's inability to admit defeat? You chose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Good news for you is, okay, it's not 12 jurors at least.
Certainly no other defense counsellor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
I wonder why. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Well, we have proven that wrong. Multiple cases. And we have proven that the jury system is problematic. More problematic than what it's worth. At least in the way they are using it right now. Semi-elect driving, coin toss, Ouija board. Yeah, I mean, that all that actually happened. I mean, the things that you mentioned, Rifle-kun, yes. In real life, juries did make decisions based on those those things. They actually flipped coins. They actually consulted a Ouija board to determine someone's guilt.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. The court will proceed with the summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
The Encyclopedia of British Law is actual law? Are you saying that is something like a statute or something, Judge? Encyclopedia is supposed to be a record of laws, right? Not the actual law itself. Okay, anyways. Yeah, fun fact. Americans might not know this, but not every country has a constitution. Very famously, the British do not have a constitution. They only have the highest laws they have in their country are acts of parliament. Basically, laws made by the parliament, whenever it's proposed to the House of Parliament. There's no higher law than that. There's no federal law, constitutional law, anything like that. So anything, there's downsides and there's upsides to it. Downsides is that the highest law in the land is easily changed, amended, because it's just a statute. Upside is that it's easier to change as well. Because, how do you say? Because it's easier to change, it's easier to adapt to changing times. So that's one upside you can say, right? But yeah, problem is it's always changing. It could be changing for the worse, right? And if the laws is always changing, it's hard to say what is right and what is wrong unless you keep track of what the latest laws are, right? Unwritten law. So that's one part of UK law. The other part is that a majority of laws is followed in UK is also court cases. A lot of laws were made just from court decisions. So there's that. Weirdly, sometimes the statute, because there's no federal law, right? There's no constitutional law. Even if, let's say, a statute is supposed to be enforced or something like that, a judge can always interpret those laws differently. They can always interpret statutes differently. if there was a federal law, if there is constitutional law, you can't really interpret it any other way, or you can't go against it in any other way. Of course, it has happened in the US, right? But very, very rarely. Very rarely. Because of the separation of power. The court system, the judiciary shouldn't be able to interpret any laws. They are the ones that are supposed to enforce the laws instead. So anyways, thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we all know about this young lad's tenacity, and we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Yes. This is not how jury works, but okay. A jury system. This is not how jury system works. Okay, the victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Oh man.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy.
Damn, as you can see, why I don't particularly like this game. Or the first one or the second one. Because they lean very hard on the racism. They portray British people during this time to be super discriminative against foreigners, at least. And maybe it's right or it's accurate, but there's no other ethnicities, probably not accurate at all. There's no other ethnicities being represented in this game at all. So, super racist. I'm not sure why this game really leans on that. Like they are like saying. They also show that the Japanese people are not as insanely racist as the British are. All the while, I see the conversations that Ryunosuke has or Susato has is nothing about how not giving any stereotypical views of the British people. Like they always drink tea, or like they always say certain stuff, or like always like certain things, or anything like that. They always only judge they only judge a person based on what they do, but based on how they behave. But for these British people, all these British people, at least the jurors and the prosecutor, they're super racist. At least, like, majority of them are racist. So, like, here, prime example, he just said he's Japanese because he comparing between the victim and the accused. He's just saying it's Japanese. So, you know, Japanese are all criminals. This is really wrong. I don't know. I would say if there were people who play this not mature enough, I do hope they are guided in some ways, right? Whenever they see this sort of conversations, they understand this is not true. British people, there might be racist people in real life, like racist British people in real life, but that's the way, not how this is portrayed. Is not. I don't think this is right. But anyhow, whenever I play this game, I always have to talk about this because every time they have the prosecutor or someone over here or some witness is always racist. But yeah.
There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least.
Heck, I really don't care, like, I just need this trial to end quickly. Yeah.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all.
Right. So, basically, yeah, when you find out the reasonings behind why the jurors are thinking that our accused is guilty, you'd be like, why is the system here? Oh, no, why are you like disclosing the grounds of your the grounds of why you think the accused is guilty, right? If the public knew the reasons that they were making the methods or the reasons that they have used to decide who's right or who's wrong, people would not support this sort of system at all. Definitely remove it because of how unjust and how impractical, how unreasonable, irrational people are, right? That's why a jury system is very good. I'm not saying it's bad, but it has to be very maintained, regulated, also cautioned, right? Can't just simply also, yeah, I can't just simply ask the jury what they think is guilty, or why they think it's guilty. A proper system, a proper jury system, right? At least from what I've studied, is either I think mostly it's the prosecutor, no, not the prosecutor, the judge. The judge will tell them how to consider everything, how to approach every evidence, every witnesses, every statement, everything concerning a case, and not just let them decide however they like to decide, right? Because everything has a logic, has a reason behind law. So if let's say right now our case here, right, our accused has been charged of attempted murder, then you have to find out, according to Ace Attorney law, what is considered attempted murder, right? So we need to find out the factors that would construe attempted murder, right? Whether he has intention, what action he has to do to consider attempted murder, etc., etc. What proof has to be made, what standard level of proof has to be done, all that. The judge, at least someone with a neutral capacity, has to explain to the jurors that this is what you have to consider, right? Nothing else. Don't consider. They have to caution the jurors to not to consider too much on personality, right? Really things that are very how do you say, irrelevant to the case. You have to, so that's on the offense. In concern with evidence, you have to tell them, whoever is trying to convince you the evidence is fact, they have to convince you it is to a standard level. Let's say if it's the defense have to, in criminal cases, if I recall, you have to cast enough doubt, cast enough doubt, meaning say, you don't have to like prove too, you only have to prove enough to shake the prosecutor's case. And the prosecutor's standard of proof is always beyond reasonable doubt. Meaning say you have to be 90% or like 99% sure that all the evidence is true, and you can take into consideration their facts, right? If they are unable to do that, then they are not able to do that. Then jury only decide based on that, right? Juries should be deciding all that based on level of proof, the standard of proof, the standard of standard of proof. So that's one thing, right? And if there is anything that the jury isn't supposed to consider, like his reputation, his personality, his behavior, the way how he say things, or anything like that, if it's not relevant, the judge or someone should tell them that don't consider those as facts. Don't consider anything in trying to determine whether it's true or whether in deciding the final verdict of the accused. Summing up the jury, right? Yeah. So jury has to be very, very carefully prepared to listen to any case, listen to any trial, and not just let them do this. Like, let them simply talk. Juries can't interfere in any way with the system or with how the trial performs, gets into. And any consideration that they have done, it shouldn't be disclosed to the public. It is after the trial ends, most likely, all the jurors will go into a private room, discuss however long they need, and once they have a unanimous decision, most hopefully, then they will come outside and then they'll tell you, yes, this is our decision. Like how many have decided that the accused is guilty or not guilty, and that's about it. There's no such thing as a quote-unquote summation examination. Once a jury decides whether a person is guilty or not guilty, it's the end. It's the end. There is no, wait, let me try to convince you further. Like that. There's nothing like that. So it's only in Ace Attorney world, at least in the past. Because in the future cases, in Phoenix Wright's timeline, there's no jury system. Even though it's like situated in like in United States, where technically there is a jury system. So yeah. Anyhow, I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shakespeare is a fine, upstanding, honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, another thing is that jurors are racist, so not just the theatrical movements, right? I don't think it's just that. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I pleaded with the jury on Sasaki-san's behalf before, and it works. So you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how summation examination works. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well, you're still very new to the British law after all. That's true, I suppose, and Sasaki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Sasato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk to me through again, or not bother? No need! I'm professional, you know. Professional. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already. Now, I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand. I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Yes, yes, my lord. Look at that guy's face. Just want to beat him up. Defense rebuttal. Nova man, straight up, no reason to doubt the man. I do declare the judge has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has his massage. Very fishy. There's no evidence to suggest the gang actors is fraudsman. Well, now at least. I really don't care. Like, I just need this right to begin quickly. Can you tell me more? Alright, tell me more. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's it all about, sir?
Finish, lass. That's what it's up. To finish, lass. That's what it's all about. What's that? I'm talking about that derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it?
A derby?
Was dead sure, that's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings like...
Oh no.
But then, helpless old man went and did the unthinkable. Ah, that stupid finish, lass.
Oh dear, I think it's clear what happened, isn't it?
This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let this business lie down. Just give it up.
No, that's not going to happen. Literally, you didn't answer me anything. You just told me you just don't want to be here. Damn. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all. Let's press this. Juror number 4, please. A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madame?
It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that the customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued.
I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company.
Good gracious. Altamont gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely, Matt. Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont gas is the best in the world, of course.
Ah, I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Miss Naruhodo. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so would I be right in assuming the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shakespeare was up to in his room?
I'm afraid that there's no end to the length of the population of the East End we go to in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when a company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman, but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations.
So you mean Mr. Shakespeare is...
I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief.
You have noticed the public gallery in there, have you?
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Fate, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin. But seraphs hear no insults, only choirs of angel in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion.
So Mr. Shakespeare has been stealing gas. I wonder, Juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement.
My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed?
A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it. This could shift the balance. Pit. Pit. Oh no, it's wrong. No! Why isn't right? Isn't that a consistency? Yeah. I know. Let's do it again. Oh, it's not right as well? Okay, stupid. I have to pit. Okay, I guess I have to pit. Because I have to make the statement clear, is it? Damn this game. Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I'm saying. The point is, the man is a victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
So you say, yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem nobler but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take the gasman's testimony into account, as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Ah, well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespeare and chump is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Oh, sorry. How do I do his voice?
Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening.
Hey, what's that? Elderly gent on the head here. You know, you have to speak up.
Look, I don't really care about this. Now, so I just need to try to be over. Guilty. Yeah, guilty.
How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then? Alright, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Huh. Okay, now he changes. Bloody hell.
Objection.
Yes. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 1.
Hey, what are you yelling about that?
I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas.
Well, yes.
The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man. in fact turns out to be a common thief.
So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard him say as much.
It's true. We don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shakespeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that you have found out that the man's liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard of what I've all been saying. So if this means you will recap a few points, that would suit me down to ground.
I might... Sounds weird. Doesn't sound old. Sounds just like I'm dying or something. So guilty. So if this means you will recap a few points, that would suit me down to ground. It's getting worse.
Oh no. Not guilty. Oh no. I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are.
Okay. Balance has been shifted immediately. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Miss Naruto. Victory!
Order!
So, at least the one thing they get correct, right, is they are trying to say the victim's credibility is at risk here, because the victim's testimony is evidence as well. So if we are able to attack its truthfulness, then all of it will break apart. A lot of times, the only thing that you need to do to to make certain things, make sure that facts that people are trying to present is not true, is just to tilt the balance. But of course here it's like literally tilting the balance.
Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim.
But will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, but thin air. Aye, it burneth brightest a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi, what did you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas delivery?
Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart?
Ugh, I want to vomit. You flowery-mouthed pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shamspear, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. In other words, F you. You can't really say things like that, I guess, actually in court. But I don't know, there's a drama. You can just view this as some sort of drama, or a witch hunt, or something like that.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of time. The gas and this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4.
Yes?
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, do you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right. We do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Queen Bee. Gasman's honor.
Very well, then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspear, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord. It'll be my pleasure.
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madame.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah.
What the hell? Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting you, mark my words.
So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel.
Yes, is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont gas, my lady, which is the clearest in the world.
Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Sato?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo.
Very empathetic for Susato.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Oh man, you sound like a loan shark though. Altamont gas meters accept Trump penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet, the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though an collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. Well, that's not thieving, what is?
I feel like this is up to the prosecutor to cross-examine, not me, because this is like good for me. The witnesses are testifying in favor of the accused. So yeah, if anything, I would be just like trying to do a normal, as they say, a direct examination. Just like trying to elaborate whatever they're trying to testify. So yeah. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice.
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zix?
The mostachio Nipponis poisoned the gangling excuse for an actor or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet now, we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Do what you will. Lord Van Zix appears to be in a violent mood. He is always violent. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I would wonder. The truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Ka-ching! Alright, someone gas meters escaped from penny bits and each coin gives about 2 hours to that. Yeah, the meter is in chance room didn't have a single coin in it. It doesn't appear to have been tampered with, and the collection has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without playing penny. If that's nothing, what is? I'm just gonna be on the safe side and press everything, okay? So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. I have to try to catch people when they are in, and I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shakespeare? Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me. It really is. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas on money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meter themselves, Mr. Meterman.
Not much to say really, as you wish. Press.
So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they?
They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And now anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property. Yes.
So if a 3 pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that usually, if they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he?
Some people still choose to use candle, of course, and only have gas for heating.
Ah yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the glass supply and empty the gas meters of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right.
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. It's been pinching gas of us for ages.
And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room, I take it?
Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demand a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock, the Shakespeare Special.
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3 penny pieces.
But even after all that rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation. And I opened up the body box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile on his face. Ah. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jammed over anywhere. Not a single sign. What's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here. No wonder they call you the meter man.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Alright. Let's examine it. Something green there. Oh, there's a hole here. Oh, what's... Have you spotted something, Miss Naruto? Just here. There's a little hole, do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. Damn, the meter man is pretty bad at his job. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it might have been opened by my Mr. Shakespeare? Possibly. Seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. The details of the gas meter have been updated in the court record. Okay, so there's that hole. So what about this green stuff over here? It's very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? The money box is sealed with the beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. It's now the mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway,
It's understandable that a gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Right, I think... Okay, that's green stuff is beeswax, so that it can sort of indicate that it is not open at all. So that's pretty smart of them. Pretty dumb of them to not look at the bottom of the thing, though. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with our testimony. Though I would say it has much value as the contents of that meter. Ooh! Ooh! Let's present.
Objection.
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What?
Get away! I've been over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Oh, what?
You're right. You're right. Right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I won't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a far thing in through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know the coin is being fed is a trump penny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A trump penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see? Other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord.
Well, there's more to this.
Do I have something to present? I feel like no. I'm just gonna examine this, alright? Not gonna do anything about it. Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across. Or 3/4 of an inch. Ah! Do you think? We did find this soap at the scene, did we? Yes, yes. There were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside of our window. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? So now we have a weird. This soap was with us all this time and now it's gone. Let me save this, alright? Because I only have 1 life left. I want to screw this up and then have to like go through a lot of dialogue. Okay. Let's present the soap.
Objection.
Yes. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct,
The meter would accept any object as if it were a trump penny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shakespeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly.
Something the same size as trump penny bit? What was it?
The item in question is this. What? Have you been inhaling gas as a bar of soap? As a bar of soap?
It certainly looks nothing like a trump penny bit, I must say.
It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. Oh my god, you're gonna kill me because if I don't point the thing correctly?
Got it!
Got it! You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a trump penny bit. Get away!
Does anyone here present have in their possession a trump penny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Yes, it does.
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a trump penny bit. Now, to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded.
Wow, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas? Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a trump penny bit.
I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you can use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. Yep, quite, actually, very quite. It's a method of Mr. Shakespeare has been using to seal the gas. That's the missing link. And now if I follow the chain of thoughts, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found him when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's no form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly, and the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meters taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen?
Yeah.
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where yourself, Mr. Mitterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found his soup. I get it. I get it. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say ice?
Well, it is ice, I guess, because the soap has been in our possession and it disappeared. So that would make sense. Make a lot of sense. Mr. Shakespeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid. Next morning. Why is it colored though? Oh, tea! Using the tea was pretty weird though. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas.
Just like that. So simply.
Is it just me, or do my eyes look like her eyes? I'm saying this is just a coincidence, alright? Let's... What, my eyes look like hers? I assure you, this is the first time I... Let me see. Can I do this? My eyes look like hers. Oh my god. Well, it's not 100% same, but looks like hers. Am I related to Altamont? Am I the husband? Am I the husband to Miss Altamont here in my VTuber self? Or am I a descendant of Altamont? Anyway. Anyway, let's move myself back. Okay. Much further. Think about this. Alright. Okay. Not the same space, but okay. Could be me, But you know. Anyway.
Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water.
That's right, madame.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless.
Oh, why are you attacking me? I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence.
Sorry?
I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she?
Well, yeah. We do need evidence, but, you know, we can easily make it, though. Very well, Lady Altamont. If you like evidence, I'll provide it.
What?
Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support his theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shakespeare has been stealing gas is... Let me save this. Okay. I think I know what to present. It's this crime scene photo.
Take that!
Yes, I'm correct. This is a photograph of the scene at the point and when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson, and it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shakespeare. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shakespeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter.
What? What is that? Some kind of grubby stain?
Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter.
Ah!
If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, an occupant was hitting his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of these fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor.
This is awful.
And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shakespeare slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strike 9. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half.
You're right.
It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating soap, was he?
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not.
He didn't beat about the bush there, did he?
In truth, Mr. Shakespeare was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap.
Do you mean to say he was using that fork to... I want to see what he said.
A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Van Six.
Right. Do you mean he'd say he was using the fork too? Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar for soap.
Ah! But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious!
Lord Van Six! I was throwing my hand up in despair and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my melodramatic mistake.
What is the meaning of this, Counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well...
That Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
That's it. That's exactly it. Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well... Banana. My wife just gave me banana to eat. So apologies if you sound weird. Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, this fact has been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. Well, Prosecutor Sam, you know you have to prove your case beyond reasonable doubt. If you throw a wrench into your case that you are building up, you need to disprove everything. If you can't disprove this thing, that means your case isn't fully solid. That is my argument against you. So you would have to acquit our client here, right? Acquit our defendant here. You. What?
Order! Order! Well, Counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo. What was the point of the last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Hello, Isaac. Or did it make no difference at all, like what Lord Van Zix is saying? I want to raise an objection, though. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What?
But Counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Zix just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have to court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. He looks so pale. Well, he is supposed to be like some sort of a vampire or something. But he's not a vampire, and there's no like supernatural stuff going on with Ace Attorney. But yeah, he's supposed to be like Dracula or something. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely, was someone else responsible? Was there another visitor? Was the poison in the tea? My answer would be, was the poison in the tea? Because that hasn't been proven at all. It's mobbing time! No, that's not mob. Not yet. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best. The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. But the victim is a liar. So, you know, you can't rely on a liar's testimony. And since there was no trace of the tea left in the scene, can be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection.
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, someone of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed.
Is there a limit of objection? Yes. There's a life point system. I've used up all of mine because I've made stupid mistakes, and I only have 1 left. So that's why you can see I keep using my save. Keep saving.
Very well, Counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
Gonna save. I'm gonna present the teacups. Okay? Because the teacups, there's no tea ring on the inside of Miss Nutsig's cup.
Take that!
Oh no! Oh yeah, okay. Wait, oh shit. It's wrong! Okay, that's not. Let's load back up. Okay. Jury system or judge? Jury system. In Great Ace Attorney, basically, the unique thing about it, among other things, is that there's a jury system, and our defendants, our clients are always guilt has determined is based on these jurors, but it's a very, very broken system. I can explain it if you want me to explain it. But yeah, let me see which evidence is correct. What evidence from the scene crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? From the scene of the crime can tell. Let me examine this. I don't feel this is the one. Or have I not examined something? Pretty sure I've examined everything, including this box. Okay. Okay, so unless I can examine something else about these cups, it's not. Okay, about the cups. The only thing I can tell is that there's stain on the on the victim's cup, and there's no stain in the defendant's cup. This actually proves that there shouldn't be any poison because Natsume drank it, right? Defendant's tea, and I don't think this is the thing, right? The only thing left would be this, right? No, it was found at the scene. Nature of the defendant's key. Well, it's not the cup. I don't think it's a bar of soap. Soap has nothing to do with the defendant's tea. I don't think there's anything about this ripped, torn off end of envelope. This is super irrelevant. So yeah. It could be the stain again, because I recall the stain wasn't it wasn't white. They're saying they made coins with ice, but when it was frozen, when we took this, it wasn't transparent per se. It was like a murky color. It has a brownish color, so I would say they used tea. I'm gonna say it's this photograph, maybe. Oh man. Okay, for evidence from the scene of crime can tell us when the nature of the defendant's tea. I'm gonna present the picture again.
Take that!
Okay, no. I'm gonna try and present everything then. Damn. Let's try again, I guess. How about this?
Take that!
Not this. Okay. How about this?
Take that!
Okay, the soap. Now tell me, game, why is it because of the soap?
Good gracious. The soap again. The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice.
Yes, that's right, my lord. It just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. Oh, DIY bricks. No, they are not used for bricks. They are... how do I say this? Originally, the windows is fully bricked up with normal bricks. The soaps were put outside of the windows, not as part of the wall. So it's like at the edge of the windows. So it might seem like the soaps are like part of the brick wall, but no, it's after Ryunosuke pulled up all the bricks to discover there are soaps outside of the window. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in soap at the time weren't normal ice. Yes, that is what I said. I guess... Yeah, I'm dumb. I should have used the soap because it was my original assumption. I should have just presented the soap.
There was something strange about them. You mean?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red? No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier this trial. You were not expecting that, Rifle-kun? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. I thought it was blood. Yeah, I already thought it was blood, but yeah, I guess it's tea. But it's impossible to use. Why would you use blood? No. Anyhow. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And in this result, never will I touch tea again. Never!
Oh, yes. I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use. Okay, I guess that's pretty logical. Was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word.
There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present in the scene at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap, outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. I'm curious, why fake coins that can melt easily? Oh yeah, guess you were not here. It's because the William Shamspeare wanted to use the gas for free. In order to do that, they make fake coins for the gas meter, which means that only when you're putting coins into this slot here that you will get gas to use. So in order to not use real money, they use fake coins to put it in. And because the fake coins are just ice, it can be melted. It will melt once the room starts to heat up. And because William Spanspear made a hole here, that it flow out of it. Quite smart. Except for, it's a pretty huge hole. I have no idea why they couldn't find it. They couldn't find the hole though. I mean, even if maybe you can justify saying even if they found a hole, they wouldn't. Maybe a normal person wouldn't figure out that it is used to do that. But yeah, I mean, anyone, let's say the employee of the company would find this very suspicious and would probably investigate this even further. But yeah, that's the reason for the fake coins. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamsier's window.
Extraordinary.
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even one drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea was actually contain strychnine at all. Ugh, you smug Nibonese. Yeah, suck it. Suck it, Lord Van Zix. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Hold up. You forgot Ryunosuke carries a sword? Yeah, he carries a sword. Very, very normal.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord. Understood.
I make weird noises for the bailiffs. Every time. They are different.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zix.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Okay, we finally have a case where it doesn't end in one day. To be continued. You know what that means. And it's about time. I wish I could end this case, but yeah. I will have to end it here now. leave it at a cliffhanger. How nice of me, eh? But yeah, that would mean I can only continue this next week. So it was fun, right? It was fun. Almost lost. Well, technically I lost a couple of times. But yeah, a cliffhanger always have been. But yeah, I'll be, in any case, you and I will be waiting for the newest development of this case. So, it's fair, right? But for everyone else that has missed this, might miss this stream, this session, or the first session 2 days ago, VODs in Twitch if that is your liking. If not, you'll have to wait for a somewhat polished edit of a VOD, which I'll upload next week. All right, I'll upload next week. But yeah. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. Let me save this first. All right. Ariga, thanks for the stream. Oh, no problem, Arifufkun. Thanks for being here. So, as always, whenever I end my streams, I do go and see who we can raid. And about this time, we definitely have someone to raid, alright? We will be raiding... Yeah, before we end... yeah, I just want to say thank you all who followed on supporting me. We managed to reach... let's go back here. Wait. Oops. Thank you so much for all your support. We managed to reach, as you can see, 300 followers. So that means we're going to be doing another art commission giveaway, and probably I'll do this one for October, and it'll be a special one in a way because since it's October week, this commission is going to be Halloween themed. So I'll probably be drawing something. I'll be accepting requests that is like horror themed or Halloween themed, something like that. So that will be that kind of art commission giveaway that I'll be doing. So any kind really. But for I'll post up the how do you say the giveaway post on Twitter right maybe this couple days, then it'll end probably at the beginning of October. Can you suggest Chashu? All right, since you redeem it, I will obey I'll obey Waltz for you. Okay, let's do that then. We will raid Chashu. Who's playing Terminator? I tried playing that game myself. I didn't like it. It's a weird sort of decision-based, but FPS, but COD, but RPG. It's all over the place. I mean, it's unique, but the premise, the concept, the story, not really what I prefer. But yeah, let's go watch Chashu. He's a paperback VTuber, I think. That's what he mentioned in his description. Paperback VTuber. So let's go give him a raid. I'm gonna put up some raid messages. Okay. So yeah. Thank you for your support. Always, I do hope I'll continue to be able to make content much longer and for years and years to come. That's very hopeful, but hope is what keeps us going. So anyhow, take care, stay hopeful, but be critical, right? See you all, right? See you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is live seminar. We'll be talking about YouTube's community guidelines. So yeah, I look forward to that as well. I'm gonna be speaking a lot like today. But yeah, bye bye everyone. Bye bye. Yes, I did that thing again. Bye bye.